Two bosses I'm doing new to me strats on tonight are Hecran and Black Tyrano. Hey, Red Rex. Yep, just starting up. Unfortunately, I just don't really have the time or motivation to make tutorial videos, but I'm always happy to answer questions. Yeah, it's somewhat different because it involves using the red katana and a magic tab in order to cut out a cycle of the fight. I can't really click on that right now, but maybe later. Hey, Bismarck. Yeah, the fastest Hecran fight I've been able to get in practice is like a 3:02 or so, and I think my PB's is like 3:45. I'm still not feeling confident enough in the fight to do it on Battle Speed 1 though, just because there's doing the optimal fight with these strats involves doing a very, very tight mid-tonic. Hey, Bogus TD. No, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be doing the Yakra and Dragon Tank strats from the Japanese record. It's kind of neat how it works out, because I'm assuming it's kind of the same Dragon Tank fight that you do with the load sword, but this route is able to kind of get the same fight just by doing a little bit of grinding in the cathedral, which also makes Yakra faster. I've only actually done it with a timer, done the full thing with a timer once, and I got a 32:12 with failing bird skip and getting not guilty verdict, so I think it can definitely lead to consistent sub-32s. Thanks, I am Timbo. Oh, cool, Red Rex. Thanks, Bronze. Hey, DH Stan. Right now, this is just for myself. I want to keep improving my time at this category. I'd eventually like to run it for a marathon. Like I'm planning to submit it to next RPG Limit Break and GDQ at some point too. I mean, I'm planning to return to FF6 later this year, probably just whenever I kind of need a break from this game, but it's not going to be super soon, just because there's some rerouting I want to do before I'll really be ready to resume FF6 runs. Yeah, because both for Yakra and the Dragon Tank with this route, it's very consistent, which both means not a lot of getting trolled by crit luck, but also you can't really save, like, you can't really get like a god segment because of getting a ton of crits either, because like the Yakra fight doesn't rely on physical regular attacks really at all. Okay, I was gonna say 3130 seemed really, really good for having to make a detour for the load sword. I don't doubt that it's possible though, especially if you get like just tons of crits on Yakra too. Okay, really slow, but got it. Okay, I've only forgotten to play the organ once. Yeah, it must have been that must have been quite the tank fight if at 1750 Yakra was still a sub 32. Thanks, Narcotis. Hey, Super Saiyan. What's my least favorite boss? Probably Black Tyrano, to be honest, just because of just what a long and repetitive fight it is, no matter which category or strats it is. Well, favorite boss kind of depends on the category. Oh, come on. Apparently I need to practice just opening that chest, because I need that ether for this route to work. But it's kind of awkward to get to, at least after talking to Marley. I mean, my favorite boss in any percent is Lavos Shell. In this category, might be kind of a toss-up between Magus and Lavos Core. Oh, with no Ayla Berserker. Yeah, it's something I just still haven't really made the time to test out. Like, the Japanese record does not do that. It uses both Berserkers on Nizbel. The main thing it does differently from us is actually to bring Marley to flee instead of Robo, and then let her die, because when Marley's dead, then Flea can't counter. Not very easily, Nodwick, just because if I kill Magus, then I wouldn't. That would mean no Omega Flare. Hey Maverick. Hey Baron von Bowser. I mean, yeah, that's a question that comes up very often, like if there's a separate category or something for killing Magus. And as of now, no. I mean, just because... I think primarily just because it would be slower than not doing so. Because it's not just the fight itself, it's the fact that you wouldn't be able to use them for the Fated Hour and the Black Omen. Which is a pretty big problem. Because so many of the strats for the side quests rely on Magus. Nice, got 3 of them. Pretty mega apt fight, but got 3 of them with 1 firewall at least. Black Omen well, the all endings category actually kind of does that, because all endings does not require all side quests. So I think the route for all endings does like a few of the side quests and then goes to the Black Omen and does some grinding in order to get the first ending there. The 2 main people that have done all endings are Red Slash, who's the record holder for that, along with several other categories, and Abda Jr. Oh yeah, Chrono Cross's soundtrack is outstanding. Evil Ash 25 is actually running Chrono Cross right now. I definitely recommend giving his channel a follow if you like the game. So I need to get this power tab for the Dragon Tank strat to work, and it ends up saving a few seconds on Yakra too. Yeah, it's Evil Ash ASH 25. Because I've been mostly practicing later parts of the run lately, I keep forgetting just how slow Luca is compared to Crono at this point. Yeah, I used an Aether on Crono when I was fighting the 2 Nashers, so that he has enough MP to do these 2 fights quickly. And that's it. I just needed to fight that battle twice and then the 2 Nashers once, which is going to give me enough tech points after the second organ fight to learn X-Strike. Yeah, it's the chest next to Marley. I was very, very sloppy at actually getting the chest, because it's in just a slightly awkward place, but I guess that's something I need to just, as minor as it is, put a little practice in. Nice. Oh, Mitsuda was a guitarist? It's actually news to me. Also, good evening, something classic. Yeah, I did know that Uematsu was a, or is a keyboards main. Alright, so I'm going to lose some time on this split just because of doing that grinding and like getting the ether and power tab and stuff, but it should work out unless something goes horribly wrong that I'll gain it all back and more on the Dragon Tank split. So I just need to wait for Yakra to move closer to Frog, so that he won't counterattack. That should be good. Hey, Odin Smash, hey Rudix. Wow, he died without even needing Luca to shoot him. I mean, I've got pretty good damage rolls. Because with those strats, he usually has like 10 to 15 HP left after 6 X strikes. Luca needs to shoot him to get the kill. Yeah, that was a lot better than that fight went in my run last weekend. I definitely lost some time to other stuff though, like getting the ether out of the chest and Guardia and kind of a little slow bird skip, but it's all good. Still under 18 minutes. Oh, and another nice thing about doing that grind, too, is that the Nashers drop revives. So that gives me some extra revives for the early game without having to go to a shop to buy them. Yeah, that's what I kind of meant earlier when I was saying that it's a consistent fight, which both means you can't like lose a bunch of time to bad critical luck with the pure melee strat, but you also can't gain time because of getting a lot of crits. Hey, Kyle and Parker. Do I cyclone the guards? As of now, no, except for the second guard and the bridge if I don't crit the first one, but I guess I should revisit that. At least cyclone guards, so that I have until I need to keep all of my remaining MP for Dragon Tank. Hey, Toru. Good morning, sir. Yeah, because I need, well, actually I only need 6 MP with this route. 1 Cyclone and 2 Fire Whirls. Have you timed out how much faster a Cyclone is compared to a normal attack? Or I should say compared to 2 normal attacks. Because I guess it always kind of felt to me like it's not that big of a difference. That the main thing doing Cyclone gets you is that it you can guarantee kills before getting attacked. Okay, I'll try it out in this run. Hey, Alta, good evening, sir. Breath of Fire 3 run. Breath of Fire 3 is actually, have to confess, it's the only Breath of Fire game that I haven't played in full. I basically just missed it when it came out because of, probably because of Final Fantasy 7 and 8, along with having somewhat limited gaming time because of being in college. No, I actually, the farthest I made it was Stallion. Yeah, I have heard that the Desert of Death, or whatever it's called, is pretty, rough. Thanks for the host, Demon Smalls. Thanks for the auto-host, Kirby. Yeah, I think it was Dragon Dark I saw playing Breath of Fire 3 a while back and basically doing a God Peiko build. Oh yeah, totally agreed. The official version of Breath of Fire 2, I think, is the worst translated RPG I've ever played. And I've seen the retranslation, and it actually makes it sound like it has a story. Yeah, the patch adds a dash button too. I mean, it's still a pretty flawed game, if you ask me, just because, like, the encounter rate is too high, and, there's some just general poor design choices in the game that have nothing to do with the translation, but the translation makes it better. Yeah, I mean, I do personally think the kind of false religion plot has been kind of overdone a bit in JRPGs, but the retranslation of Breath of Fire 2 is a very well executed false religion story. Also, never lucky. I feel like I'm hitting double digits now as far as runs since I last saw a guilty verdict. Yeah, the Game Boy port of Breath of Fire 1 and 2 just made them kind of faster moving games because of doubling your experience awards from battles, like adding a dash button. But yeah, the second juror is supposed to be the juror associated with the lost cat, but is bugged basically and is set to uninitialized memory if you've never actually interacted with the girl in the fairgrounds. So it's basically just kind of set the frame that the trial starts, as I understand it, what the second juror does. Yeah, I don't know if like playing on console versus emulator matters at all, just because I kind of seem to get a lot more guilties when I'm doing emulator practice and testing, but my hunch is that it doesn't, and that it's just a never lucky thing with always getting not guilty in actual runs. Yeah, I actually learned a lot more about just general tech stuff about this game over the past few months as part of getting ready for my SGDQ any % run. Like, I actually learned a lot more about how the RNG works too. Like, both just how it behaves in general and also how the manipulation works. Hey, Nomix. Good evening, sir. Oh yeah. There is very little in Final Fantasy I that actually works as intended. I always find it hilarious listening to Jair do commentary runs of FF1, and like the bulk of his commentary is explaining how things are supposed to work but don't actually because of programming bugs. Honestly, I think it's probably already at that point. I mean, unless we're looking at, like, unless I'm looking at dropping my time by, like, 10 minutes or so, I don't really see enough changing where I'd do lower than, like, maybe, like, a 6-hour estimate or so for a marathon. Just because I'd have to account for both bad luck and also, like doing incentives and stuff. Oh, got like the second fastest turnaround there. I need to get better at climbing those stairs. As far as which diagonals to hold. Alright, so I'm still a little kind of back and forth, but I'm not going to skip the bed tonics in this run. Hey, Dreambaum. Good morning, sir. Yeah, I've been able to do this on Battle Speed 1 a few times, but it's pretty hard. Oh yeah, Mount Gullag and FF9 is a really good one. Nice! 31:40. That's a pretty solid time. Hey, Mark. Yeah, that was pretty much a perfect fight as far as that strat. I've been messing this up a lot lately. Apparently I need to re-practice that. I mean, that's a very minor skip, but it's not hard at all. Yeah, I mean, so many of the boss fights in this game have very memorable backgrounds. I mean, given that this game doesn't have a separate battle engine or like they kind of went all out as far as the background artwork for the normal fields. Yeah, RPG is for RPG limit break emotes. Still need to get some more of those commissioned too, just because we actually have 5 unused emote slots right now from the marathon this year. Dang, that's a pretty powerful gold, even with getting not guilty. So yeah, I think that can definitely go sub 3130 with just a better start in general. Yeah, the early game in my PB is not that great too. Like, I don't think my PB really started to get kind of good for its route until, like, I don't know, like Magus's Castle or so. Oh yeah, there's definitely a lot of assets that they kind of reuse between FF6 and this game. Like, probably the most notable one is the wind sound effect. I think I've heard from semi-reliable sources too that, like, Norstein Beckler's laugh sound effect is the Kefka laugh slowed down a bit. Oops, need to go down there. Need to make sure to change the battle speed back to 1 here too. Forgot to do that last week. So the cathedral grinding I did kind of stops to really matter much at this point. Like, but it's gonna, I mean, it is gonna pay off a little bit more on Hecran too, just because I think Luca is gonna be 1 level higher for Hecran, which matters for the damage output I need to do. See if I get any double hits. Dang. The overkill is real. Save some of those crits for the body, please. Especially from Crono. Oh, thanks, Avalanche. Glad to hear. Yeah, I mean, in general, I think the DS translation is better, kind of objectively, but I do have some nostalgia for this version too. This is what I played. Oh yeah, I mean the main thing going on there is just that swearing has a lot less social stigma associated with it in Japanese culture than Western culture. Oops. Okay, good. I got sloppy there, but the game didn't punish me for it. Don't hit Luca. Okay. I got enough crits, I don't really need to worry about trying to micromanage my damage anymore, as far as like saving Crono's turn for the body. Cause like I know, yeah, like the Japanese FF6 script has a lot of swearing in it. I'm sure this game is no different. Sub 43 Aerostone. Well, that was a high 38 Guardian kill. My hunch is that my PB probably had like a high 39 Guardian kill. Yeah, I don't know either. I played a FF6 retranslation, like just a literal translation of the Japanese script. The interesting thing about the Celis censorship is that that's actually based on Japanese censorship rather than like US censorship, like you'd think. I know they had to take that out of the game on the Game Boy port, I guess to prevent it from getting a higher maturity rating in Japan. It was just something about specifically a like imprisoned person being beaten up or tortured that would have triggered a higher rating. That's my understanding, at least. Still having to kind of hold back muscle memory a bit for doing fade-out glitches here. Doing good so far, though. Like, last week I only accidentally started doing a glitch once and then caught myself before finishing it. Yeah, that is definitely true, that in Japanese FF6 the cafes are actually pubs. Yeah, yeah. I just kind of like to say that the three general no-nos in like '90s era West video games in North America, at least, are swearing, alcohol, and religious references. Yeah, that I do find that kind of surprising that that they didn't try to change Paula's prey command. The fact that Breath of Fire 2 was released here at all, I find kind of surprising too, given that the whole story deals with a false god and an evil church. Oops. Okay. A lot of bonking there, but still barely made the rat cycle. Okay, so almost a 30, oh, almost a 42. Okay, I was just double checking that I actually have a shelter to use before the Protodome, because I'm still getting used to this route for the early game. If I didn't have a shelter, I would have needed to use the Enertron there to heal for the Protodome. I don't know though. I mean, the name of the false god is Saint Eva. I mean, they are using the word saint. We can just appreciate just how good this game's soundtrack is in any and all ways. Alright, Kirby's Band. Yeah, I bumped twice just to manipulate my progress in the race to make winning the race pretty trivial. Hey, Johnny Man. Pretty much. I mean, if you'd never bump into Johnny, your window to boost ahead of him is actually kind of tight. I mean, it's not really hard if you practice it, but doing 2 bumps makes it pretty effortless to boost and win. Now, if you're really, really good, you can actually have Johnny bump you in the back as much as possible, which actually speeds up the race by like a second or 2. Yeah, I didn't think the lightning dodging in FF10 was as hard as it was hyped up to be when I played it for the first time. Now, the Chocobo race, that was my bane. Getting under 0 seconds in the Chocobo race to get Titus's ultimate weapon was one of my most awful RPG experiences ever. Yeah, the unfortunate thing though is, I mean, even though you can make whatever weapons you want, the celestial weapons just get a ridiculous boost if you meet the right conditions, usually based on like one of your stats, like HP or MP. Yeah, I think Order of Ambrosia is like 22 or 23 hours now. Definitely impressive that people have been willing to kind of put that much effort into a run that long. Something I've been kind of toying around with too is actually using the Berserker on Robo for the factory. Both for that fight and then also the Acid Alkaline fight. And then possibly keeping it on for Zombor too, but that strat is still kind of in the design stage. Oh, there's a stat that you can't max out? Which one is it? Luck, maybe? Well, three greens, that's above average. Decided to eat that counter so I could hopefully now kill it with this Cyclone. Hey, Lisa Marie fan. Okay, that was actually a pretty decent fight. Main thing that could have gone better was not getting that one counter attack, but can't really complain too much, given that the Acid Alkaline fight is just one of those things that can always be faster. You're really pretty much never going to see like a perfectly optimal fight in a run. Have I seen Essentia around these parts? I haven't seen her in my channel for a while, but she started streaming again somewhat recently for playing the FF5 4-job Fiesta, which is nice. A video game roulette. Yeah, she's only really able to stream after her kids are in bed, so if you're like in the US Eastern time zone or in Europe, it's very, very late. How goes the run tonight? Pretty good so far. I've been working some strats I learned from the Japanese world record into my route. It's going kind of well so far. There's actually 2 Japanese runners that have picked up this category somewhat recently. One of them plays the Super Famicom version, the other the Nintendo DS version. Robo Thump. I've done some of them already, like I did the stuff for the Yakra and Dragon Tank segments last week. I'm gonna be doing a new Hecran strat coming up though that I haven't actually done in a run before. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't surprise me if this is gold with having a pretty clean acid alkaline fight overall. Hey Takazu, good evening, sir. So not a gold, actually. Although I'm up against a gold here. Also, I tried turning on the possible time save feature in Live Split, but it doesn't seem to be working. Because I thought the second, where it says previous segment, I thought the second number is supposed to be the difference with my gold on either the previous or current segment, but it's just only been saying 0.0. Yeah, that could have been a sub 55 with just a kind of a better start as far as like not derping, getting the ether chest, and well, getting the guilty verdict, although that's RNG. Yeah, I've noticed that too, that if I'm just too fast with Chrono's Cyclones, I can delay that. I mean, like, the Japanese record doesn't have Luca do anything at all. It does the fight on battle speed 3 and then just does 4 Cyclones. Which is honestly probably pretty consistent if you with the extra levels you have in Glitchless. I mean, that does sound extremely dangerous in any percent, but when Crono and Luca both have one higher level, I think it's Sounds pretty consistent. Hey, you dying? That's pretty similar to Essentia's strat too. She does it on battle speed 4, but also doesn't have Luca do anything. Skipping a chomp, by chomp, you mean one of the countdown roars? I've always thought of them as roars instead of chomps. But yeah, I think like the fastest fight I've gotten using the Japanese record strats is like around like 520 or so. Maybe more like 515. It's just nuts how much faster it is than the Volt Bite Napalm strats. Alright, Specchio skip achieved. Alright, give yourself a good night, Video Game Roulette. Oh, how do you force that? Is it just by attacking him at some point during the mid-phase? Yeah, I pretty much always stream around this time. Like, I most consistently stream on Sunday, and then probably Wednesday is probably the second most common day that it works for me to stream. Yeah, I'm getting the red katana. And then I'm going down these stairs and then back up to cancel out some text you'd otherwise get from Melchior when you leave. Two people alive for the group. Oh, so you wait until the second munch attack and before reviving the first one. That's interesting. I'm not going to do it now without practice, but yeah, I'll definitely have to try that out. If it's that simple as far as skipping one of his munches. Have I ever ran 7th Saga? No. Will I ever run 7th Saga? No. Do I enjoy seeing other people run 7th Saga? Yes. 'Cause it makes me happy to see that brutally unfair game get what's coming to it. Just because I'm a little scared of Hecran, I'm going to grab the safety save here. I'm also going to do this in battle speed 2, which is a little, I don't know, maybe 5-ish seconds slower than battle speed 1, but a lot safer. Okay, so this is kind of a newer strat here, which is kind of fundamentally about just pumping out a little more damage per cycle between Crono having the red katana to boost his magic stat, and then Luca both being a higher level and having a magic tab used in order to skip a cycle of this fight. Thanks, Glitchless. Alright, so the next hit after this one is going to put him into his second AI phase. So I'm waiting until he does a water bubble attack here and then rolling him over, which is where the cycle skip happens. And this is why I'm doing this on battle speed too, just because this next sequence is very tight as far as healing between his attacks. Although it's battle speed too, so it's not too hard. Menu to be up just to do this a little more efficiently. I also should have healed Marley. Yeah, I skipped buying revives because I got some as drops in the cathedral. If I did everything right, this should be game. Nice! So yeah, if I'd have done that on Battle Speed 1, that would have probably been like 5 to 7 seconds faster if I'd have gotten that mid-tonic, that really tight mid-tonic off. Another little difference I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to fight Gato now, which is going to kind of impact my time for a lot of the run, actually. It's not going to be until the Fated Hour that I actually kind of get back in sync, but fighting Gato now is just a little more efficient for like number of screen transitions, and I can also heal by eating the lunch instead of having to use a shelter in the overworld. Yeah, Hecran's on the box art. Yeah, this is a route change too. This is gonna make me lose a bunch of time when my Zombor is split, and I'm not gonna gain it back for quite a while, but I think it's my Son of Sun split, I want to say, is where I fought Gato in my PB route. Hey, turbo triggers. But yeah, dang, a low 105 Hecran time is pretty sick, I think. Can definitely go lower too with just better execution overall. I want to say the Japanese record's Hecran time is like 102 or something like that, but it's also saving a lot of time on text. Because like the time using our timing standards is like 5:30. Like my hunch is that the Japanese version for this category is like somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes faster. Just because of text speed, not really because of any gameplay differences. Although there are, because of the text difference, there are some strat differences here and there. Like on the Japanese version, that trick I did with going into Melchior's basement wouldn't actually save time. Like I timed it out as being 2 seconds faster to do that in English. Well, I haven't actually done any percent glitchless, although I'd kind of like to at least have come up with a route for it, so that next time I offer this for a marathon, we can actually make 100% an incentive. But I don't know. I would probably say it isn't really significantly different until after Black Tyrano and Golem. What kind of route were you using in your with getting a Hecran time like that? Like, were you using Red Katana for that? I need to make sure to remember to change the battle speed before Zombor too. It's not really going to matter for these fights, but Zombor will be slower if I do it on battle speed too. Routing an RPG is definitely an involved process, but I have yet to ever actually route any game totally from scratch by myself. I mean, like for this game, I've had a huge wealth of resources to draw upon. Something else I've been looking into too is doing Berserk Robo instead of Marley for this fight, and then having Crono use Cyclone so that I'm hitting both parts of Zombor. But I haven't been able to find a kind of a safe method to do that though, because the head often gets to do a nasty AoE attack. Hey, Scratch Dragon, you've been serious. Hey, Julian. Well, it was a great race because I'm out of the tournament now and I don't have to play bad games anymore until the next one. Oh yeah, the background for this area is good. 16-bit graphics for sure. Sencha wasn't the first speedrunner of this game, but she was probably the first Western speedrunner, I want to say. I might kill it. Shouldn't really matter whether Marley or Crono gets the kill. So yeah, I lost a minute there because of fighting Gato, but I will gain that back later. Yeah, I ordered a SNES Classic, but my order got cancelled because they jumped the gun, basically, on making it available for pre-order. Pretty much the only reason I want one is to get a official copy of Star Fox 2. That was a laggy attack. I would hope that Nintendo learned their lesson about from the NES Classic becoming a eBay scalper's greatest dream, but I'm not holding my breath. Yeah, like I said, yeah, Scratch Dragon, I'm not holding my breath at all. They make very odd decisions about, like, supply chain logistics and stuff for their products. Yes, in fact, you can skip those 2 fights in the cutscene at the start by using a save and reset glitch, but that's not allowed in this category. I did it in my any % run at SGEQ, though. Yeah, as a whole, this is my favorite speedrun category of Chrono Trigger, but I do like the the fact that any percent is both half the length and pure execution for the most part, instead of a mix of execution and luck. Like, really, the main bits of unmanipulatable luck in any percent are the Juror and the acid alkaline fight. Hey, RPG chick. Thank you very much. How'd the Mystic Quest races go? I watched a little bit and heard you on commentary. Yeah, that's something that the Japanese record does too, is get the it gets more helmet upgrades throughout the run too, which is something like we've been just kind of foregoing for the most part. Zoo wrecking everything? Nah, that never happens. Sure about that? I'm pretty sure I've seen Hypno Wave miss a few times. I mean, given what I know now about how the RNG works, that's definitely plausible. Given that for every battle, there's only 16 possible states at the start. Fusion, ha! A wild goose. The wind attack, I believe, is actually physical. Just based on the fact that I think it still hurts you at any percent when you're using the equipment glitch. Nice. Pretty good fight. Really good fight, apparently. Yeah. I probably gained a bit of time, too, because of having the red katana, so Crono was doing a bit more damage per hit. So this is feeling pretty good too, because I mean I'm effectively 2.5 minutes ahead right now because because my PB didn't fight Gato yet and didn't until much later. Yeah, I can kind of see that. I mean, also, although him getting criticals, I think definitely matters. He cooperated pretty well too, as far as like not doubling up attacks on the same character when he was in phase 2. Because I got extra hits with Crono thanks to that. Since I was able to do basically all of my healing during tornado phases. Hey, DCX. Yeah, pretty much all emulators have input lag. Like for Super Nintendo, I think BizHawk has the least amount, but it's also the most demanding for the kind of computer you need to run it accurately. Like that's why for any kind of speedrun strats that involves precision inputs, I don't bother doing save state practice. I should say I don't bother doing emulator save state practice. I just figure out a way of practicing console. Like some of the battle skips in this game are precise enough that I have special save files set up on my flash cart. Yeah, and I know input lag is both a combination of the emulator and also the PC monitor. Do I think Robo is the best character? I think all of the characters in this game are good, if you know how to use them effectively. Yeah, like you can get input lag on console if you're playing on a, like for a Super Nintendo, at least, especially if you're playing on a HD TV. Little teasing of corridors of time there. Until I started running Glitchless, I actually forgot that that's the first time you hear the theme, because you can completely skip that cutscene in a run with glitches. Yeah, I use BizHawk for most of my routing and save state practice just because it supports named save state files, but that's pretty much the only reason, really. Otherwise, I prefer SNES 9X just because the fast forward mode works a lot better and the frame rate's more stable. Hey, Erendon. Well, their motto is forgive and forget, which also apparently extends into not minding humans jumping out of their dresser. Yeah, I've never actually tried Higam, although my understanding is it's basically just, it's the same core as BizHawk, like the SNES core. I've heard of people doing some magic with SNES 9X to basically making emulator movies that are only 1 frame long in order to kind of cheat and have named save states. I know the Claude does that. Maybe the LCC too. Yeah, like, I do find it especially funny that these people are actually afraid of those reptites after Robo just mowed them all down with his lasers. So I actually lose a little time here because of Robo being here, just because that makes this cutscene longer, but I don't have a fast way to kill the reptites without being able to manipulate their movement and stuff, so just go for laser spin. Follow the dino skip. This skip is really awkward to do if you're getting both berserkers before Nizbel. I mean, that skip is trivial in any percent when you only need 1 berserker for Nizbel. Yeah, because I know SNES 9X runs at a very slightly slower frame rate than either BizHawk or console. Like, it runs at like exactly 60 FPS instead of like 60.01 or whatever the console that natively runs at. It's not something I've ever really personally cared about, just because I only use emulators for practice and routing, but if you do runs on emulator, I can see that being a problem. How much soup? We're about to find out. This minigame reminds me why I play RPGs instead of like Mega Man or Contra games for speedrunning. Like, that's my leading theory on why Donkey Kong Country games are so popular among RPG runners that want to try platformers. Because Donkey Kong Country games don't involve mashing. Just all the tricks are based on timing and positioning. Yeah, I hear a lot of Wii U or Wii VC gets kind of a hard time sometimes, but the big advantage I think is just that it's consistent. I mean, it's always going to run at the same frame rate with the same amount of lag and all that kind of stuff. It's always going to be the same version of the ROM for the game too. Which can be a bad thing sometimes, because like the, I know the Virtual Console version of DKC1 is the slowest version because of glitches being fixed. Like, you can't run, you can't do FF6 with the sketch glitch on VC because it's the 1.1 ROM, which fixes that glitch. Do I run Super Metroid? No. I toyed with the idea a few years ago of casually learning Super Metroid, but then kind of thought better of it after figuring out how hard it is to do the basic movement that you have to in order to do any kind of speedrun. Another turnoff to me is just that Super Metroid doesn't have extra lives. If you die, your run's over, basically. Definitely want to look into the route through that room that picks up the stone helm. If I died, yes, because, well, I mean, assuming I like reloaded to save and continued, that would resave the RNG. I mean, this category is honor system, that you're not intentionally manipulating it. It's something that's not really enforceable, but hasn't really been an issue so far. Alright, so I want to see at least 2 critical hits from Ayla, because that will mean I have a 2-cycle Mizbel. Splits are record, although this is not a very competitive category. Like, there's only 3 people that have run it anytime recently. Well, I mean, if we died and had to reload at a marathon, I mean, it wouldn't really mean that much just because we don't have an RNG manipulation route. There's one crit. I see another one in this cycle. I can get 2 cycle, but unless this next hit is a critical, I'm not going to commit to it. Okay, well, there we go. This probably is the kill here. Yep. Thanks to the host, Anna. Thanks, Video Game Roulette. Yeah, I mean, that probably would have been a time save if I hadn't messed up the Dino skip. Or at least a break even. Yeah, probably a save, actually, because that fight took more than 5 seconds to run away from. Yep, I'll be getting the Rainbow Sword and using it very briefly. Yeah, though keep in mind that this time's kind of artificially increased by a minute because of Gato too, which kind of makes the like the Magus time a little less meaningful. Oops. For some reason I forgot that I have to go downstairs. Yeah, I think that the Japanese record actually had sub 2 slash, which is, well, largely due to the text speed. Hey, Gibless. Hope I didn't lose too much time to just sitting there while I was thinking I was already just in mash mode. It's actually a different runner that runs the Super Famicom version instead of the DS version. And yeah, as of last time I checked, he had a video saved. Of the 5:30 run using our timing. Why did I decide to run this category? Because Essentia picked it up again late last year and it looked like a lot of fun, so I decided to learn it too. I've been kind of itching to return to this game for a while, and no! Didn't really feel like going back to at least I've been kind of itching to run 100% again, but I didn't want to run glitched 100% because I'm pretty satisfied with my time at that, and also don't really like the end game that much with glitches. Hey, Pixel Libby, going pretty good. Oh yeah, it took me quite a while too. I mean, I did have a bit of a head start just because I did a lot of speedruns of this game in 2015. I think my first completed run of this category was about 6:30, I want to say. I think my second one was a 6:10, like 6:04, I want to say. And then I think I don't really remember after that, but I think my next PB was a sub 6. No, any kind of encounter skip that doesn't use one of the glitches that's specifically banned in this category is allowed. Like, the two main glitches that you can skip encounters with are the fade out glitch and the save anywhere glitch. And then just moving around battle triggers is perfectly fine. Oh, that's weird, Pixel Libby. No. There hasn't really, as far as I know, there hasn't really been much work put into Glitchless with manipulation, at least in recent times. There's some pretty old segmented runs of this game that were made before any of the glitches were discovered. Well, maybe not discovered so much as routed for use in speedruns, and pretty sure all of those used manipulation because the RNG was kind of understood enough to manipulate when you're like saving and resetting as part of breaking the segment. Oh, if you want to do a no manip run with glitches, I would check out like some of my very first runs of this game from 2015, just because when I first started running this, I actually didn't bother learning the RNG manip for pretty much any of the game except for like Magus's Castle, I want to say. Because, I mean, like, the manipulation for the first hour of the run only saves about 2 minutes. And then I also didn't do glitches or manip for most of the end game, too. There isn't really that much manip in, like, the Black Omen and the Faded Hour quests. Although, there are elixir glitches for some of the bosses there, though, and that requires manipulation to set up. Hey, Devilderg. I don't really fully understand why you can't skip the dragon tank, but that would probably be like a red slash question as far as like what's special about the like the trigger for the dragon tank fight to so that even like the fade out glitch can't skip it, or that you can't do something similar to like the Hecran skip, which where you're kind of clipping through the event trigger and then reloading past it. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, that's the biggest reason, along with just being happy with my time, as far as why I'm not planning to return to glitched 100%, is that it uses the elixir glitch pretty heavily in the end game, and I find that pretty boring and unfulfilling. Hey, Desru Pro. Yeah, I mean, it's about an hour difference between for 100% between with glitches and manip and without. Like if this were an any percent or 100% with glitches manip run, I would already be fighting Megas by this point. Thanks, Jofro. Yeah, that's one of the cooler cutscenes added to the remakes of the game. I still haven't taken the Berserker off Robo. I don't run the Japanese version just because I don't really see a reason to. I mean, it would have faster text, but other than that, the run would be the same. And I'm only really interested in running a game in a foreign language if it changes the gameplay in some meaningful way. Yeah, agreed, Hannibal Graham. Like it's kind of I think it's kind of obvious to me that the Japanese record holder has at least watched Essentia's runs just solely based on the fact that the way he labels the run and his live split timer is the same as hers. I don't know if he's seen like mine or yours though. So I think in this run I might try doing the Dead Marley strat for Flea. My only kind of concern about that is Robo missing the tech points. But if that happens, then that's not really that big of a deal. It just means that I can't use Uzi Punch on Atropos, and I'll lose like 5-ish seconds or so. Because I'll definitely get it before Mother Brain, no matter what. Oh, it's not that close. Because in my route, I usually get it off the very last fight before Atropos. Yeah, I guess another micro optimization from the red katana is that Crono is capable of killing this guy after the laser spin. So this will be kind of a test of an alternative strat here, where I'm, instead of using Robo, I'm using Marley. And the reason for that is just because she's my least useful character in this part of the game, and I want her to get killed off, so that will disable Flea's counterattack. Hey, Omni, good evening, sir. Happy Sunday. Hey, controlled. Yeah, apparently, like, go live notifications have been kind of glitchy tonight. Nice miss. Oh, thanks, Vesper. Yeah, this is the obligatory quintet background in a non-quintet game. Ow. Yeah, this should kill Marley. Probably should have saved before coming in here, too. Just in case this went really badly. This is a bit riskier, only having one character capable of using healing items. Attack. This is already shaping up to be a time loss, though, just because this was a really good segment in my PB. I got the Flea stun lock, and then the slash fight was really good, too. Okay. That was not a good Flea fight. Marley got confused and wasted it twice and wasted a bunch of time for starters. Then I never got a stun lock going, although that's random without manipulation. Oops. Forgot to do this on the way in. Again, having to fight muscle memory for any percent, or I do not need this. Alright, let's see how this goes. Well, I guess, well, not this fight, the slash fight. You know what I mean. Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite parts of the game, both casually and speedrun. Everything about this place is just so well designed. Sort of slush of the many slush funds. So in theory, I should gain a bit. I guess I should save a few hits on Slash because of the red katana. Although this is where the red katana route ends too, because I get the slasher sword, and then I switch to that just because the speed is too good to pass up. Yeah, the way they start the Magus fight is so good too, as far as having the music kind of start to creep in during the cutscene, and then right when it kind of hits its first climax is when the battle HUD appears. Probably it here for phase 1. Not quite. Okay, that's it. How do I stay focused for 5 hours? I don't. I just kind of learn when to ramp my focus up and down based on like when I actually need to play the game and when I'm just like mindlessly mashing text and stuff. I think there's been some kind of joke runs done of the kind of bootleg backport of FF7 and the NES, which is probably all that really deserves. Hey, Garbage, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Ozzy Flea and Slash are vinegar, mayonnaise, and soy sauce in Japanese, which is very Akira Toriyama. Slash is soy sauce specifically. Probably secretly a competitor to Hoisin sauce. Okay, he's almost dead, although he might kill Frog if he attacks him before the another hit. Dang it, jerk. Hopefully this next hit kills him. Ow. Okay, that was pretty scary and pretty slow too. And possibly means I'm gonna be under-leveled for Megas too. That was unfortunate though. That pretty much all happened just because I had already queued Robo to attack when I brought him under 600 HP too. Because then he did a yes indeed counter on Robo. Yeah, my gold / split is one I don't really see ever beating, just because my PB got the fleeced unlock and also had a really good / fight. Yeah, I think that just came from Ted Woolsey, because I think he just says "ha" in the Japanese version. If I read the hiragana right. You can't go around the statues in this room. You can in the second room that looks like this. Hey, he's back. I guess you probably can go around the statues, but it doesn't actually skip any of the encounters. Oh, that's right, I need the mist robe too. I think in the DS version that line is just translated as like attack, attack, attack or something. So, because I don't, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to pay more attention during the Tyrano lair grind now too, just to make sure. Well, no, actually, it won't be that. It'll be here. Like, I might not get spin cut right before Magus now because of Chrono dying to slash, but we'll see. I guess worst case, I have to fight something else, like another set of bats, to get spin cut. What's the shortest game I run? Donkey Kong Country 2. It's the only game I run where my time is under an hour. I've casually 102%ed it, although I've never done the 102% speedrun. I kind of toyed with the idea a bit ago and then just thought better of it after seeing just how nuts the some of the stages are in the category. The fact that there isn't really any kind of beginner-friendly route available for it too is another kind of nail in the coffin. Like, the only videos on the DKC wiki for 102% are all the just optimal strats that are too hard for me. Yeah, do it, Dream Bomb. I mean, it's one of the really nice things about DKC2 in particular is that even the easier strat options for a lot of the stages still feel like you're going fast. Yeah, the wrong warps are pretty magical. So after the Ozzy fight, I'm gonna quick check my tech points for spin cut, because I might need to wing it a little bit as far as fighting bats. Yeah. Yeah, the bats in this game can't back attack you and use massively laggy attacks to waste all your time. I think it's, oh, really? Okay, I thought you could limit the number of bats you fight, but I guess not. I think I need 2 more bats, basically. Yeah, so Slash is costing me even more time. I thought you could only spawn like some of the bats, then fight them, but apparently not. Yeah, none of those bats are required. I just fight them to finish off Spin Cut on Chrono before Magus, because it just takes pretty much 1 extra fight in the castle to get it, and those bats are the fastest way I found to get the normally like 8 or so tech points I think it costs. But because Chrono died to Slash, he missed that out. Alright, go time. I want to see fire, also lightning, and I do not want to see ice or shadow. Magus music, literally. Okay, Crono is the level he should be at, though, because his HP looks right. As if on cue. Good morning, I guess. Yeah, water is the worst thing he can do because I can't actually hurt him. And it hits all 3 characters. Okay, I'd really like to see some shadow here. Well, another fire is okay. Need to stop and heal here, though. I don't think this is quite gonna push him over. Yeah, one more good hit probably will though. Well, one more fire hit definitely. Yeah, like one thing that the Japanese route does that I haven't really tested a ton yet too is that he makes a lot of detours to get tabs. To kind of like to max out all of his character's speed in the end game, along with giving Luca like plus 20 magic or so over the course of the game. That's something I'm not really convinced yet is worth all the detouring, but I'm kind of curious what you're looking into that turns out. The water spam is real. Yeah, like that fast Hecran fight only really works with a magic tab on Luca. Okay, he got pushed over with no weakness, which kind of sucks. But I'll make the best of it. Guess we'll see how many crits Frog gets and if I go for 2 cycle or not. Oh, and yeah, and then the Japanese record actually uses the barrier on Crono during phase 1 of the fight. Another thing I'm not really convinced makes it faster. Because it kind of cuts down the amount of healing you need to do. It makes getting 2 cycle a lot harder. I mean, I didn't save before this, so I'm, at this point, not going to go for 2 cycle. I also didn't get a good weakness at the end of phase 1. Yeah, dark matter hurts quite a bit when you don't have the equipment glitch. Ah! I was afraid of this. I mean, I'm fine, but I could have probably killed him with that fire sword, thanks to that crit from Frog, but we'll see. Okay, I was hoping that would not kill him, so that Luca would miss the experience. Okay, there we go. Alright, that wasn't that bad, and especially considering that I had to fight extra bats along with the water spam during phase 1. That definitely tells me my Magus segment in my PB is very improvable. But yeah, still a sub 220, and keep in mind too that this time is artificially behind by a minute too because of fighting Gato early. Because my PB didn't fight Gato until much later, and I did it after Hecran in this route, just because it's a little more optimal for movement and healing that way. Hey, DD, evening, sir. I'm almost afraid to ask what you're submitting for the Big Bad Game-a-thon, but I imagine I'll probably find out soon enough either way. Oh, thanks for the host, Jar. Just saw the message. The real question, though, did you submit pudding percent? It doesn't even have to be Aria of Sorrow. Just any game that has a category that makes sense to be called pudding percent will do for me. Iced Pyro. It kind of depends on the run and how I'm feeling and stuff. Like, there's been several instances where I've ended runs like midway through because I'm like too far behind and I don't feel like finishing it out. But in most cases, once I'm past kind of the early game, I'll pretty much always finish unless I die and can't finish. Like, I have been dropping a few saves here and there in this run, just because this is still kind of in the rerouting process, more than the, like, serious PB attempts process. Like, with the new strats I've been picking up from the Japanese Chrono Trigger runners lately, I think this run can definitely go sub 540. I guess the question now is just by how much. Hey, Highwind. Yeah, I don't think there's actually a third Berserker in the game, and I don't know of any way other than the Berserker accessory to get the Berserk status. Not that I know of. Like, I don't even know of enemy skills that inflict Berserk. Yeah, the two things this game is kind of stingy with are buffs and multi-target healing. You know, that's a good question, just because it's been a long time since I've actually gotten hit by that attack, just because if you have Prism Helms, you're basically immune to all of it. Although, I mean, he does have an attack called Protective Seal that actually removes your status immunity. So I have gotten hit by a spell a few times from Lavos Core, but I don't really remember it doing anything other than like poison and chaos. I mean, chaos is the status that the game designers kind of went ham on in the end game. Like most of the end game bosses have a way to cause chaos. What do I think of people that run FF10 Nemesis %? Well, if they like the game enough to do a run that long of it, then power to them. I mean, I think the any % run of FF10 is too long for me, and it has too many cutscenes. I mean, there are advantages to that too, like there's a cutscene in FF10 long enough that you can literally take a shower and get back in time before it ends, too. And yes, the world record holder did do that once. It's good to be hygienic in a run that takes all day. It's the Suteki Dane FMV. I think he's only actually done that once, though, and never lived it down, rightfully so. Alright, so this is the longest grinding segment in the game, and it's not really that long, too. It's 7 battles, generally, unless I'm off tech points route for some reason. Yeah, what Tavrobel said. It's because if you attack a volcano, it does a counterattack where it hurts all of the enemies. That can be used against you too, like if I don't just immediately attack, then the Reptite will attack one of the volcanoes and cause it to erupt on me. Yeah, Nisbel 2 is the main reason to do this at all, just because there isn't really a fast way to kill him without Bolt Bite, so I have to grind for Cat Attack in order to do it. The extra levels I get from this do help with the run to come too, like the Black Tyrano fight. But yeah, the primary reason is tech points. So the deal against Cat Attack. This is also why glitchless any % isn't a very popular category, because a glitchless any % run would be doing this grind for over half an hour. So this is the most efficient way to grind before you get access to the time machine. Hey, Cosmic the Dolphin. So... yeah, speedrun the category that has half an hour of grinding. The only person I actually saw do that like any more than once was Abda Jr., and we definitely got some lengthy conversations in about anything under the sun when you have about like 35 minutes of with nothing to talk about in the game. Nothing about the grinding was random. Like I always got to go first, and I would always trigger the volcano to kill the Reptite, or I guess kill themselves. Then I would finish off the Reptite. Yeah, pretty much, Anna. Alright, you have yourself a good night, Vesper. Alright, Luca survived, which means I don't have to do any extra grinding for tech points for her. Isabel 2 is only worth 10 tech points, but that does end up making a difference in the late game. Oh, 15, I wasn't even paying attention. Point still stands that it does matter. Yeah. I kill, in my route, I kill 3 rubbles on Mount Woe with those strats, and then I kill 2 in Giant's Claw with Magus, who can hit a lot more accurately. Alright, so should be looking at a decent time save here, just assuming I pull off this new Tyrano strat. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, the turrets are just super fast, and they've got a lot more health than the rubbles. They have 800. What am I waiting for? Waiting for the Tyrano to lower its defense, because it's pretty much invincible as long as Azala is alive, although it eventually gives up and just lowers its defense anyway. I spent a lot of work a lot of time testing strats for this fight over the past few days. Like, I actually looked at the Berserk Ayla strat that 90% uses now, and it's actually faster than Volt Bite Napalm, but what I'm doing here is faster than Berserk Ayla by about 20 seconds, typically. Yeah, Zala is quite the heavy sleeper if a huge Tyrannosaurus roaring right next to her doesn't wake her up. Yeah, I didn't know that until seeing Glitchless speedruns too, that the Tyrano can be killed before Zala. Hey, Siggy, going alright? The cycle. So I'm gonna lose about 300 damage here. I'll make it up with a flame kick after I get Luca back up. these two. Alright, we should be good on damage now until defense goes down again. Well, I've always thought of that as a leash, basically, the big gray thing around the Tyrano's neck. What am I doing differently from your fire sword strat? I think this round should be it. Yep. Alright, nice. Yeah, the Japanese record does that, but it also does like 4 flame kicks, well, in between the phases. I mean, I tried that, but then also tried just cutting it out and just waiting and then doing just fire sword and cat attack, and it ended up being like slightly faster. I mean, that run has used a lot more tabs at this point than I have, though. So maybe the like as in like 3 or 4 total magic tabs on Luca. So maybe that's why they were doing flame kicks more. Yeah, if you beat the Tyrano before Azala, then you win the fight. You're not really intended to, just because you're kind of... The Tyrano is basically invincible at the start of the fight, and you're just kind of... Once you figure that out, you start attacking Azala, and then once you kill her, the next phase begins. But if you just wait, eventually you can do it anyway. I think the main reason why that ends up being faster is just that the animations for Fire Sword and Cat Attack are just faster than Volt Bite and Napalm. It's not fundamentally that different from the Volt Bite strat, it just ends up being almost a minute faster. I only gained 39 seconds there too, so I guess I've got some room to improve elsewhere in the Tyrano lair. Or maybe I had to use more revives and stuff during the Tyrano fight than PB did. Oh, well, yeah, and then I guess also I was having to flick in and out of the menu a lot to get get Fire Sword off in time too. So that's probably part of it. I probably lost at least like 10 seconds in the Tyrano fight just from that. Because that was my first time actually doing that on console too, so I might be a little used to emulator lag for getting into Chrono's menu when Lucas's turn is up too. Yeah, sub 240 Tyrano is the time I would like to see fairly soon. I mean, I would have had it here if Flee and Slash hadn't been so bad. Oh, and then another. It actually isn't yet, but another thing that the Japanese record does instead of fighting an extra third rubble is it actually does the 6 new fight that you can do in Enhasa. I looked into that and it definitely seems slower than a good rubble fight, but it's very consistent, and it lets you make kind of more effective use of the double tech points exploit too. Because the new fight is worth 90 tech points. And almost as much experience as the rubble. But it takes 4 hits, though. 2 Falcon hits and 2 Napalm. Well, I guess technically 5, because you can't hit all 3 of the top row of news with a Napalm. And yeah, that I definitely want to look into that absorb skip too on Tyrano, because that can definitely speed up the fight even more. Like probably get it closer to 5 minutes optimally. Well, the real guards here are news, as you find out if you try to leave after getting the pendant powered up. Oh, Crono's out of MP. Actually, I didn't really think about that. Because yeah, that means I can't get him into lightning mode. That's intentional too, if anyone hasn't seen a Chrono Trigger run before. Thanks, Barney FF. Who could he possibly be? So I'm up against a pretty solid Giga Gaia split between the Mudump fight and the Rubbles, so we'll see how this goes. Pretty high likelihood that I'm going to be in the red after Mount Woe, though. Yeah, clearly it's Alphador standing on top of other weaker cats. Yeah, like, if anybody's seen the Looney Tunes cartoon with Porky and Sylvester at a haunted motel, like, I know one of the ghosts is a bunch of mice standing on top of each other wearing a sheet, and if anyone knows what I'm talking about, that's what the Prophet really is. It's Alphador and a bunch of other cats under a robe. So this is where last weekend I caught myself some kind of starting to do the fade out glitch here. That was actually a really dark and twisted cartoon if you think about it too, just because it had lots of not so subtle violence and stuff. Something I definitely appreciate too is stuff like that being edgy, just without really kind of being super in your face about it too. Well, yeah, I mean, like, Itchy and Scratchy from The Simpsons I always viewed as being like a parody of Tom and Jerry. Oh yeah, there was plenty of not so subtle racism and sexism, but I mean, it was a different age. I think you can. I think it's okay to kind of find value in art that doesn't really that wouldn't really fly today because of just different standards and stuff. Just my opinion, though. This is another part that the Japanese record does kind of differently too. Like, it doesn't actually use Marley at all for this section. It does goes all the way up to. Well, actually, it uses Robo for the beast fights, but oh, there. But uses Ayla and Luca for pretty much everything else, including the Mudump. The thing I did if you mean like the pausing and stuff, yeah, that was to dodge fights. I was doing pause buffering in order to do high precision movement, just because the two encounter skips in the room right before you meet Ayla are pixel perfect. Oh. Still no MP, that's a problem. Okay, yeah, I'm getting bitten a little bit by the fact that I didn't actually continue any runs past Tyrano with those strats. So yeah, I guess I really need to ether Crono during the Tyrano fight, or afterwards. So that I can both use Slash on the Golem and then Fire Sword on Crawley. Assuming I continue using this party here, because there might be another tech that, or maybe I could Flame kill him too if I do start doing Ayla instead of Marley. Hey, Shinbreaker. Good evening, sir. My sister was really into Ren and Stimpy back in the day, but I never really got into it. It was a little too much for me. Animaniacs was kind of more my thing as far as a cartoon that was kind of edgy and quirky, but not really super over the top with it. Oh, she already has the speed limit. Japanese strat for this, I believe, was just rocket roll and then 2 fire swords. Okay. And this is a little, I don't know, this takes less turns to do overall, but getting that napalm off to kill both of them before they attack Crono is pretty tight. Also, I do like having Marley here to get tech points too, because in this route I do need to get a few tech points from Marley to learn haste before faded hour. Well, during the faded hour. Oh yeah, Toonami was the best. Probably 90% of the anime that I've seen was what was on Toonami when I was in high school. Alright, Mudump is a very, very trolly fight in Glitchless. Because of that, along with being able to heal himself. Obvious what I'm doing here is just stun locking the beast. Unfortunately, the beast's damage gets nerfed pretty heavily when they're confused. Okay, that was actually pretty solid. I don't think it actually did any heals at all after I started doing damage to it. Here's where the RNG can start to rear its ugly head. I need to kill 3 of these rubbles, and they're basically metal slimes. Okay, that's a good start. They only have 515 HP, so a crit from Crono with the Berserker is a one-shot. More hit from either Crono or Eula should kill it. Alright, there we go. Last rubble for the road. Okay, none of the rubbles are particular. Well, the second rubble was a little on the slow side, but at least I killed it before it ran. There is a fourth rubble along the route that I'll take if I fail any of the others. But I did have a run a couple months ago where I had 8 rubbles run away, though. That was pretty bad. There. Go easy in the language, please. Thank you. Oh yeah, I definitely watched Salute Your Shorts. Watch the language, please. I like to keep this family friendly. Alright, anybody that's subscribed to RPG Limit Break, you know what time it is. mods these days. Oh hey, it looks like I'm actually gonna gold this. Probably mostly thanks to Mudump. Nice. Yeah, that was even with the second rubble being a little on the slow side. It must have just been a really fast Mudump fight. It was, because it didn't heal, it only put me to sleep like twice, and I didn't have to heal at all. Oh yeah, and I got a first turn crit on the first rubble. Cartoons animated entirely in Flash. That sounds like quite the epic milestone. I've got record at this category, but this is not a very popular or competitive category. Red Slash has the records at all of the main categories in the game. The only French cartoon I know of offhand is Asterix. Asterisk and oblique or something. Asterix, I know, has been around for a very long time, too. Hey, Miria. Good evening. But now the cruel Queen Zeal has to ruin the Corridors of Time music by having this ominous synth string thing instead of Corridors of Time for Zeal Palace. Oh, Tintin is French. Actually, yeah, that kind of makes sense given that the Tintin video games that Versentia likes to play these days, I know, are European in origin. I want to see if that magic tab I popped on Luca earlier lets me finish off Dalton with after 3 Falcon hits. Oh, Belgium, okay. Nice, got him. That was a few seconds faster than my PB's Dalton fight. Oh, I got fired too early because of the bats in Magus's castle. Because, yeah, I usually get fired too on the elevator. Hey, PC. Thanks, welcome aboard. Oh, Infogrames. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that makes sense, because the main Infogrames game that I know of is Alone in the Dark, which was made by a French developer. I'm kind of blanking on his name, but if somebody said it, I would instantly recognize it. Brady Games is still active as far as I know. I think they probably mostly do online guides now, though. Oh yeah, because we started talking about French cartoons, and that inevitably led to talk about Tintin. Infogrames did make good games too, like Alone in the Dark. Oh yeah, it's a really powerful effect. I think that they don't interrupt the Ocean Palace theme for the battle music. It really drives home the point that something big is happening. Yeah, I've also got a big soft spot for kind of seamless transitions between like cutscenes and battles too. Like the start of the Magus fight in this game fits that bill pretty well, with how the battle music kind of starts during the cutscene, and then right when it kind of begins in earnest, the battle HUD appears. Final Fantasy 13 has some really good ones too, like My personal favorite is the Bartantalus 2 fight. Yeah. You certainly never know what to expect with Draken. Except, I guess, hilarity of some kind. Well, the TV that was thought to have been destroyed by Draken actually got fixed, and then Dragon Dark apologized to it by playing Ogre Battle on it this year to apologize. Speed out the Gen attacking, I think is the 10-1. Oh, and I got the critical too, nice. Perfect fight. Alright, have a good night, Gymless. Well, yeah, broke 2 TVs, I think 2 SNES controllers, I want to say, a SNES console and itself. Quite the body count. Oh, only 1 controller, okay. Oh, I went too early. I mean, I've figured out a very consistent setup for the Scouter skips, but it is still a little finicky. Now that I really understand how the clip works. I mean, the clip is that you have to be moving sideways once the Scouter starts glowing. But it's picky as far as like when you where you are when you trigger it to split. Yeah, how Candy SNES survived as long as it did is a more pressing question than how Draken broke it. One thing I do like about getting Fire 2 early, though, is that it let me set Luca's cursor on it during the elevator fights, so then I could just mash it out here. The Japanese record actually does a totally different strat here, where it actually brings Robo instead of Luca, and then uses Boogie to stop both of the golems and then trivialize the fight. But even though that saves about a minute, I've looked into it, and I haven't found a way to not end up losing more than a minute later in the run because of having to grind for tech points at some point. Because having to get tech points so that I learn Boogie before this fight and then have Luca miss the 70 tech points that the Golem twins are worth ends up just saving too much time as a whole. Luca has Hypno Wave. The problem is just that it's not guaranteed to hit both of them. And if it misses even once, that can be really, really bad news. As far as I know, Boogie is close enough to guaranteed to be reliable, though. If you mean like between the Super Nintendo and Super Famicom, there are really well, there's differences that would affect a glitched run, but for a glitchless run, it's the only real difference is the tech speed. It's like probably like 15 to 20 minutes faster in Japanese. It's also like the Final Fantasy games where you get 2 columns for items and text and stuff, which lets you just have more slightly tighter menus. Okay, I actually remembered that menu, which I forgot about in my PB. I don't think it really cost me much time in my PB, but it made the Lavos spawns a lot more dangerous. Yeah, I mean, neither of my parents or my sister were into games at all in the 90s, and hearing stories from people about, like, having parents and or siblings also into games sounds kind of cool at first, until I then hear about how they actually had to compete for, like, time to play. Which I guess makes it a little bit of a double-edged sword. My sister is a year and a half younger. Oh, we were talking about the FMVs and the remakes too. The one right here is actually my favorite of all of them because of the flashback to the cutscene with Yanis, and where it kind of reminds you of his line, "One among you will shortly perish," right before Crono gets blasted. Oh, thanks for the hosts. DD, LL Temple, Earthbound Ian, Mike89. Oh, Evil Ash, hey. Just saw the message pop up. How did the Chrono Cross run end up today? Oh, 7 flat. That sounds really, really good for not having really played in what, like a year? Oh, bad strength. Yeah, and with bad strength too. I mean, I was watching up until Lynx 2 mostly before I started getting ready for this. And yeah, I noticed you were getting trolled pretty hard by the strength. Yeah, if anybody is interested in Chrono Cross, which is the sequel to this game, and a phenomenal game in its own right too, make sure to follow Evil Ash 25, who's the world record holder for it and just starting to get back into the game too. It's a very different kind of a run from Chrono Trigger, but very cool and the same. Doom and Dog, thanks for the host. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's kind of most different about it as a run is that you're not really able to have like super consistent battle strats because of hold on. Looking at my notes to remember how much stuff to buy here. But yeah, just because of your stat growth being random in Chrono Cross and your stats being very important as far as how you win fights at lower levels, you kind of have to know the game mechanics well enough to have kind of different strats based on your like mostly your Surge and Link strength that you can kind of shift between depending on how good your growth is. I think that's something that's really that's something that really kind of I think is cool about runs too, where there's enough RNG to kind of keep the run interesting, and that every run is kind of a unique animal, but not so much, or it's not RNG of a kind that can make the the run incompletable if it doesn't line up well enough. Yeah, definitely. Usually I think what it kind of amounts to is how different the marathon route is from the PB route as far as whether practicing for a marathon like easily translates into getting PBs or not. Like for the most part it does for this game. Like I got 2 PBs at any percent when I was practicing for SGDQ. Like the only real big differences I did in with that were well, with stuff that I didn't have to do in practice if I wanted to kind of get a shot at a PB. Like I could skip like a bunch of safety saves and getting extra healing items and stuff. Oh yeah, because of the Ben incentive, yeah. Yeah, I remember that now. Your sacrifice was not in vain, though. Battle speed 1, right, okay, yeah, I didn't think I changed it for Golem Twins. Why does the Golem run away? Because it's afraid of heights. Yeah, I highly recommend the FF9 run that was in RPG Limit Break this year. It's the most recent like big marathon run of it, and it's I think the only one that really shows the current route too. And it was also really well done. Yeah, that's actually my glitched 100% PB. I lost 10 seconds to finding the Golem boss of all things. Since that happened, I actually just played around a little just to actually learn where the trigger is. It's just the corner of that engine. I guess during that run, I assumed that the trigger for the Golem boss was bigger than it was, but it's actually really small. Hey Toru, welcome back. Yeah, I used to run FF9, like I did a co-op run of it with Spike Vegeta for AGDQ 2013. I'm not really too interested in it anymore just because of the length and the amount of randomness that it has to keep improving my time, but I definitely appreciate the run still. Dalton counters everything you do, and the Iron Orb is his least dangerous one, so I do that until I can finish him off with the Fire Tackle. Okay, so I really want Fire Tackle for the last hit, because otherwise he does Ice too as a counter. I think I lost time just because of sloppy shopping. Yeah! Why she just doesn't chuck him off the Epoch completely instead of just throwing him up and down within the cockpit and defying laws of physics is definitely a question for the ages. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, since we're talking about Limit Break, there's the VOD playlist for this year's Limit Break Marathon. If anyone in chat wants to shout out specific runs they recommend watching, feel free to do so. I will decline because of having picked the games and made the schedule and being heavily biased. Yeah, I actually just finished watching the Shining Force race a few days ago. It's one of the last VODs I hadn't seen yet. Oh yeah, fun fact actually, Metal Gear Solid 3 was the game that first introduced me to speedrunning. Since I found a link to the then record time on Speed Demo's archive and an FAQ I used for doing a 100% playthrough of MGS3. Hey D-Rock, thank you sir. Yeah, it's going pretty good. By and large, this run's been going okay. It's had some kind of low points too, but I've been trying out some new strats that have largely been going well. I also have a minute to gain on this segment too, because my PB fights Gato during this segment, and in this run I did it after Hecran, just because that's a little more efficient for movement. Yeah, I've had a hard time kind of getting into PlayStation 1 RPGs that I don't have nostalgia for, mostly just because of the loading times. Like FF7, 8, and 9 are pretty slow-paced games compared to this or FF6, but just because of nostalgia, I don't really mind. It's probably a big part of why I wasn't able to get into Breath of Fire 3 was just kind of the slow pace of the cutscenes and battles and not really knowing what I was doing, so that translated into just getting lost in tons of encounters. Not really liking the diagonal movement too. totally blanked on where to go at the start. Yeah, I'm honestly kind of surprised that they didn't rename Myria to Tyr in Breath of Fire 3 in order to have consistency with English Breath of Fire 1. Because, like, it's pretty obvious that Blue and Dace are the same person, but Tyr and Myria being the same person is a bit more of a stretch. Oh, the most recent story I heard about why the loading times are so bad for those ports of like FF4 through 6 and Chrono Trigger is actually because they did basically because Square didn't test them very well in English. That the Japanese versions of those games work fine, but when they ported them to English because of there being more text, it resulted in really bad loading times. Yeah, that was kind of an odd marriage there between Capcom and Squaresoft for the English release of Breath of Fire 1. Oh, Dees. Yeah, I guess I've never actually seen what Deus's name is in katakana. Yeah, I know they changed, like, most of the names. Alright, so right here is where I fought Gato in my PB. So I can actually just skip that and go straight into the tent, which is... it's not, like, massively faster, but it's more than 0. Like, I know Jade in Breath of Fire 1 is Judas in the Japanese version. Like, I wonder what he's going to do. Alright, so I'm failing on purpose. I think I might have actually gone in one input longer than I needed to, but I wasn't sure confident enough in my counting. So I've heard. Oops, also I forgot to move to the door during the text. Yeah, I'd be kind of curious to see a retranslated script for Breath of Fire 1, because the one for Breath of Fire 2 is really good, but Breath of Fire 2's official translation is also much, much worse than Breath of Fire 1's. Yeah, I should have just stolen the jerky. What was I thinking? That's one of the fun parts of Glitched 100% is you don't actually have to buy the jerky here. You can just give the jerky that you were supposed to give to the knights to the poor elder's wife instead. Well, I don't think the Game Boy ports of Breath of Fire 1 and 2 had any kind of retranslation done. I think they're just exactly the same. I think I've got a link in my Twitch bio FAQ to what the rules for Glitchless are. Like, there's a glitch you can use to buff your magic stat and give yourself a lot of elemental resistances. There's a glitch you can use to skip cutscenes in certain fights. And there's a pretty big one too that lets you insta-kill very high HP bosses. I mean, RNG manipulation isn't really a glitch, but it's not allowed in this category. That's kind of just a separate rule, basically. Nice, Megas, nice. Yeah, I've gotten hit by that a few times, although usually I figure out pretty quickly. Because I've learned to expect that hosting will override like pauses or anything else I have set on my end. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm only familiar with the soldiers as SR 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, Evil Ash, I hate that. I used to kind of be. I used to intentionally exploit the fact that the mobile app for Twitch was incompatible with hosting, but not anymore. So if I'm like falling asleep with a stream up on my phone for background noise or whatever, I usually try to remember to turn it off at some point. If you're playing the game normally and level up really high, eventually, yes, you can do more damage per turn with 3 single attacks. But in a speedrun where you're fairly low leveled, Omega Flare will do more damage than you can do with 3 single attacks. And yeah, the animation ends up being faster too. Alright, so I should be gaining some time here pretty much regardless of how good or poorly the Son of Sun fight goes because of skipping Gato. Well, not skipping Gato, but doing it earlier in the run. Oh no, we're never gonna skip Gato, at least in this category. That would just be the wrongest of the wrong. I got the worst luck on this first cycle as far as getting the flame that takes the highest number of inputs to target. So this is going to be pretty dicey as far as speeding out its laser. Plus I lost a little bit of ATB because of hesitating to figure out that the lower left flame is the correct one to... So I only got 4 hits. Already on pace to be kind of a rough Son of Sun fight. Mostly stuff outside my control though. It's probably gonna end, unless Magus gets lasered this time, this is probably gonna end up being a 3 cycle, which is pretty bad. I still don't know if Luca is fast enough to be able to get my 10th hit in before it rotates again, but let's see. Ha! It dropped an input too. That's really, really bad. I think I'm only up to 8 hits now, actually. No, the animation doesn't tell you what it is. What I'm doing to figure out which one it is attacking the flames, then seeing which one does not counterattack. Oh, I should have waited until after Flare to bring Luca back up. Oh, this fight's turning into a disaster. I still have another hit to go too, and I'm not going to get it in before rotate now. Especially if I drop input again. I was really, really greedy there though. This fight might even rip any chance at a PB now because of how awful this is going. Hit Megas. Yeah, true. Yeah, the Japanese record does the side quests in a pretty different order than I do, and it already has barriers when it gets here and is able to make use those to make multiple characters capable of surviving the laser. I need to look into that again to actually see how that's even possible, because the only place I know of to get barriers here is Geno Dome, which I don't think he's actually done yet by this point. Alright, well that was terrible. Doesn't help that I'm up against a really good Son of Sun fight, and so even gaining a minute from Gato not being in this segment didn't save it. I'm not far enough behind that PB is off the table though, but yeah, sub 540 very much is. So it was more like about a 2.5 minute loss there. change first. So at least the Lavos spawns are going to be safer than PB because of actually remembering to take the power scarf off of Crono after Golem Twins. Don't forget the Giga Arm this time. Yeah, you never know with Prometheus what's real and what isn't. Kind of a weird turn order there. It's all good though. Still killed it before it attacked again. Also, anyone who hasn't seen this before too, this Lavos spawn is actually bugged and not marked as a boss, so you can actually run away from it. That's not banned in this category, but we're fighting it anyway just because it's worth 120 tech points. So if we ran from it, we'd have to grind probably on the crackers in that screen right there to make up for it. So I did heal, right? Yeah, because if I forget to heal in between Lavos spawns, I die, so it's something I really do not want to mess up on. Ooh, have to check that. Because if I'd have flame tossed it, I would have died, because the flame toss would have, even if I targeted the head, would still hit the shell too and cause a counter that would kill me. So I dawdled a little bit there. I hope Ella gets her turn on time. Ooh. I might be dead, actually. Come on, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it. Alright. That... I think its next attack after that would have been Needles, which would have killed me. Well, I saved outside here, so if I died, I would have kept going, but it would have certainly ended any chance at a PB. So flustered by that brush with death that I, even looking at my notes, I still couldn't remember what to do for that party change. Yes, I actually have a highlight on my Twitch and YouTube of losing a run to just that too, with confused Luca attacking the shell and triggering death. That was pretty much the only real scenario that could have worked out too, actually, just because Ayla was the only character there that didn't need the 120 tech points from the fight, so her being dead didn't really matter. But yeah, that all happened just because I was a bit slow with getting the last cat or getting the second cat attack off. Also, evening Silverfire. In fact, we're just doing some tech smashing here, so let me find that highlight. Oops, actually that's the, I don't know if that link is still going to work, given that it's from my editor page. Oh, not a problem. All is fair in love and war and randomizer. Yeah, that's a very nice touch, actually, that it actually remembers who's in your party during the Ocean Palace cutscenes. Kind of like the photo memory in Earthbound. Thanks for the host, Silverfire and DCX. Yeah, I definitely, yeah, that's something I've done for both of the 12-hour challenges that I've either done or plan to do, is do a casual playthrough beforehand, just to jog the memory a bit about, mostly just about story triggers and dungeon maps and stuff. Hey, Dovliak. Yeah, I will agree there that Mystic Quest is largely more fun as a speedrun than a casual play. Well, if you really want to do the volcano, you can do 100% Mystic Quest. I do miss the volcano actually being part of the normal category, just because I thought even though all the runners hated the dual head Hydra fight, I liked how it was pretty much the only boss fight in the game where the defense mechanic was actually useful. Well, yeah, I know defense is just kind of just a nice. It's kind of just a safety strat for some regular fights. For the dual head Hydra fight, defense is like required just to win at all, because Benjamin can get one shot by the flame breath attack, and you have to basically always be having Ruben defending him from it. A Stingray out, thank you. Wonder shot. I should get my Wonder Shot pin out too from the Yeti many years ago too, because I found it when I was cleaning out my suitcase that I used to transport my SNES console to and from SGDQs that are within driving distance at least. Hey, Viddy. Good evening, sir. How did the new speedy running go? Destroyed repeatedly by a very difficult game. Excellent. That sounds exactly like what we're all here for. Alright, you have yourself a good night, Glowstick. Well, I managed to get into the red on a split where I had a free minute of time save because of doing stuff in different orders. Yeah, I know there's also games called Outlast and Outcast, and I get all of those mixed up as far as what they even are. Yeah, one of those I know Heidman used to speedrun. I wonder if it was Outcast. Outland, okay. Yeah, Headman's one of those people that one of those runners that just kind of dropped off the face of the earth. I mean, I think it's kind of emblematic of how the more noise somebody makes about retiring from speedrunning, the less they mean it. Because most of the people I know that have actually quit speedrunning like semi-permanently just didn't really say anything. They just stopped stopped doing it. I outsped them despite switching to Ice 2 for the faster animation. The requirements for 100% are in my Twitch bio. It's basically complete. Really, Secret Mana Robot. It's although I kind of bungled the manipulation a bit. Yeah, I mean, the only optional character in this game is Magus, and that's a moot point because not getting Magus would be slower by quite a bit. I guess you could technically, like, beat the game without Crono, too, if you play past the Ocean Palace and then don't ever revive him. But, Death Peak is considered one of the, requirements for 100%. I think the 100% TAS does more stuff, like maxing out levels and stats and stuff. Okay, I still got Uzi Punch off that fight, even though Robo didn't fight Flea, which is good to know. I'm still not really sold on the Japanese Records Flea fight, just because it's a lot more dangerous, but, well, not a lot, but it's more dangerous in a different way. Because the Japanese record does the Flea fight with 2 characters in order to lock down Flea's counterattack, but that means you only have 2 characters, only one of whom is not Berserk and capable of using healing items. So even though you're not in danger from counters, you're in danger from Flea's other attacks. So I'm not really sold on it, but it does seem like it's more consistent if you don't get the Laughing Fleast unlock. back, I was kind of flounder around looking for the elixir. Two more punches should do it. Alright, even though I was a little slow and didn't get, like, was a little, fell a little behind on ATB, I still skipped the last area bomb. Now instead of having absolute trash speed and magic defense, Robo has like blah speed and magic defense. What happened to Father Brain? Father Brain's probably in the Chrono Trigger interlude, kind of like Dad Bomb in FF4 interlude. Now, let's hope for some good wonder shots. I forgot to update my splits for the slightly different route I'm going to be doing for the end of the Faded Hour chapter, so this is kind of the last check we're really going to get on how I'm doing compared to my PB until I enter the Black Omen. Alright, let's kind of tame it down a bit too. I don't really like to get too deep into like contemporary social issues and stuff in my stream. I can instead focus on how these computers are not resistant to sleep mode. Along with Magus's confused animation being adorable. Alright, that was not a good wonder shot. I want a refund. Nope, this might, I don't think this is gonna kill, but a good wonder shot will definitely finish her. That should do it, yep. At least Mother Brain left... Or no, where am I going? I need to go to Ozzy's for it. But Mother Brain left me with a very nice Crisis Arm multiplier. Although that little detour there ate up some of my time savings from that. Yeah, good point, Silverfire. Alright, Flea is about to get hurt. How long to learn this run? Well, there aren't really very good learning resources for it. I mean, there isn't really a whole lot in here that's like technically difficult to do outside of some of the encounter skips, but just kind of getting to the point where you just know enough about the game mechanics and stuff to be able to finish a run would probably take well, I don't know. That's always a hard question to answer too, because it's going to vary from person to person how quickly they can pick up a new run. So I guess non-answer it is. I mean, it took me, I don't know, like 2 weeks maybe, I guess, of practice before I could finish my first run of this. But I also had a head start too, in that I ran other categories of the game in 2015. So that's the absolute fastest possible outcome here. Is just being able to just one-shot them with Uzi Punch. If I don't have a good Crisis Arm HP number, then it's slower. Right, now I go to Giant's Claw. Yeah, exactly. Maybe Doomsicles sounds like what the Mystics or Fiends in the DS version enjoy as a tasty treat after a hard day of murder and mayhem. Yeah, well, hey, the fire turned green in order to last for millennia. Okay. Just need to quick, because if Marley is too far away from Cure, I can fight a quick battle in that room there to make it up. we gonna get a Wonder Swag kill? Oh, not quite a Wonder Swag kill because it was only 3 digits, but still a significant number there. Oh, we got a Wonder Hammer kill there. People that didn't see my run last week, I'm using some a pretty different strat for the next 2 boss fights that I learned from the Japanese record. I'm not doing the exact same route just because the Japanese record does the Tyrano fight much earlier in the Fated Hour, and I'm doing it after Geno Dome mostly, but this still ends up saving me about a minute and a half in total. So yeah, my PB did this a bit later after I already had Omega Flare, but just doing solo Berserk Magus with the Doomsicle versus Tyrano ends up being both faster and more consistent. I mean, the main randomness here is just how many criticals I get. It's not really a huge difference. Time to enjoy a tasty beverage. This will probably be the kill here. Yeah, this definitely will. No, I'm actually doing Ret Knight after Yakra. Yeah, I'm doing Yakra next. I did some testing and kind of went back and forth on whether to do Ret Knight or Yakra next, but doing Yakra next just saves a lot of menuing, basically, at the expense of an extra time warp. So I forgot to update my splits, so they're all going to be messed up until I enter the Black Omen. I know that my Omen entry time in my PB is 5:02:08. But the beautiful thing about this, though, is that this removes all of the meaningful RNG from the Yakra fight as far as like the Crisis Arm HP. I am sad, though, that means Beast Toss isn't in the run anymore just because the animation is too good. Oh, the way I did that was with the Guillotine Trap in Ozzy's Fort. That's a really, really clever routing thing that Zenamp, the Japanese version record holder, did. Am I heading off after this? Yes, because I've still got about another hour to go, and it's going to be 1:30 in the morning when I finish. Closer to 2 at the end of the credits, too. Well, the thing is, this route actually does Ozzy's forward in 2 trips, because you need Omega Flare in order to quick kill the Ozzy trio. But doing this Berserk Mega Strat saves so much time that just going in to get the Doomsicle and other stuff for Magus, then just leaving and then finishing the fort later still ends up being faster. I mean, you definitely need to watch the whole run, just because I'm not actually even doing the same route as he did. Because, like, he did Rust Tyrano much earlier. Right after powering up the Masamune, he went to get the Doomsicle and then did Rust Tyrano. But I looked into that and was not able to find a way to make that work for the Omega Flare learning route without having to do grinding, which he was okay with, because he actually he did some grinding both in Giant's Claw and Death Peak. But that's kind of his route in a nutshell, is that almost all of his boss fights are faster, but he has to grind for tech points in a couple places, because like our route is it's not doing like the fastest possible boss fights, but it's making better use of the tech points from the boss fights towards getting Omega Flare optimally. Yeah. Make sure to remind me after the run, and I'll send it to you. Because yeah, his route, he already has the prism spec. He gets the prism specs earlier too. Like he's got those for Death Peak. So he just kind of obliterates the Lavos spawns that way. This is pretty safe, but just in case, because I'm still a little new to this strat. I guess I take that back. There is a bit of RNG at the start of this fight as far as who Yakra targets with his Blizzard attack. Like, optimally, it'll be Frog. I mean, if he kills Marley, it's not the end of the world. I'm just going to have Frog revive her. And then she'll have plenty of time to haste Magus before she dies. Yeah, I mean, that's something I've really been wanting to see, is just more people picking up this category and finding new strats, because I mean, I think there's still a lot of potential as far as really optimizing the route for this category. Alright, what you gonna do? Nice, hit Frog. So now I can just haste up Magus and we're good to go. If I don't get many criticals, Yakra's probably gonna get his needles off, but there's no real danger here. He's gonna die before he does it more than once. This is also the last time you're gonna see this strat too, so don't worry about the rest of the run being like this or something. Yeah, the game plays itself. Berserker. I think I probably need 2 criticals in order to kill him before he does needles at all. This is it. Channeling big Fuan balls. Yeah, so yeah, if it looks, yeah, it definitely takes 2 criticals to get the kill before his first meals. But it's okay, this is still a very fast fight. Oh, I nah. Should really just skip all my splits until Giga Mutant. Because that would have been a big fake gold because of not having done Retinite yet, although that's next. It still doesn't even get back in sync after that, just because of when I finish the Fiona's Forest quest. So yeah, it's really not back in sync with my PB for comparison until entering the Black Omen. That's why even this run isn't that great, especially because of the Son of Sun fight, and also Flee and Slash. Getting new splits to run against would be that are using the same route would be quite nice. Thanks, the Shuber. Well, it's not going to be, because the thing though is that in my PB went straight to the Black Omen after Ozzy's Fort, but in this route I still have to get the Green Dream because I don't know. I need to actually time it and just confirm that ends up being faster, but just my hunch is that. Because doing it that way skips a time warp, because once I've gotten the Green Dream, I can go into the Black Omen without ever having to go back to the Middle Ages. I mean, it does add some extra menuing, like and mostly party swapping, but cutting out ever having to go back to Middle Ages, I'm pretty sure ends up being faster. Thanks, Transquina. Yeah, it's right now it's kind of a fusion of like my PB's route and then the Japanese records route. Really? I mean, I always understood it that there's nothing different about the Black Omen or the final battles depending on where you go or where you enter it. Where did Melchior find a bulldozer? By playing Power Shovel, of course. The best video game on the PlayStation 1. So yeah, I used ethers and tonics instead of, I should check Luca. Okay, Luca's good. I just want her to be less than 100 away from Flare so that I get Omega Flare off of Retinite. Yes, this is going to be a very fast Retinite fight, thanks to Mother Brain giving Robo a 9. That was probably Caveman DCJ, who I know specializes in quirky PS1 games. Wow, you know what? I think this might be the first time I've ever actually gotten upper left's Retinite spawn in a speedrun. That's never happened before. All right, this is gonna hurt. Yeah, the Japanese record did Beast Toss on Ret Knight. I can't do that just because I need to have, I mean, I need Magus to ice him, and then I need Luca here to get the tech points, but Ret Knight was actually the absolute last thing that Zenamp did before entering the Black Omen, so he just kicked his butt with Beast Toss, since he already had Omega Flare by that point. Alright, so before I finish Fiona's Woods, I'm going to finish Ozzy's Fort. Oh wait, no, I already have the right party. Alright, I don't care about Robo's HP anymore. Yeah, I've been watching his runs for lately since I found out he streamed on Twitch, and that's where a lot of these new strats have come from. Yeah, that's basically the link I was gonna send you. If you just go to his Twitch channel and look at his VODs, you should find his record. His record in our timing is like about 5:30. The Japanese version is considerably faster from text, so I don't actually know how that compares with like my time, but he's found some very, very good strats for this category. Like some parts of his route I'm not really sold on, but other parts are really, really good. Like, I like his early game route because it's super consistent. He's got a, this was the first run I used his Hecran strat in, which saved a bunch of time. Found a good Tyrano strat, and then, yeah, the Berserk Doomsicle combo. Yeah, part of me kind of wants to try to do a run on the Japanese version using my route, I guess, and see how it compares. But I would certainly be losing some time because of slower menus and not using a turbo controller. I mean, I have a Super Nintendo turbo controller, but I'm not really used to using it for speedrunning, and I'm not really interested. There's no leaderboard for this category just because it's not very popular. I don't care either, too, just because I don't do runs for leaderboards. I do them for myself. Alright, so this is our last order of business before entering the Black Omen, is getting the Green Dream, because that's what marks the Ret Knight side quest is complete. And because of already having done Yakra, I don't need to get a sight cap here. So that's a little time save there. I mean, kind of an inherent problem with making a leaderboard for this category too is the fact that the no RNG manip is not enforceable. I mean, this game's RNG is too broken and too well understood to have any kind of real way to prevent it being manipulated. So, I mean, right now everybody that runs this category just does honor system, that you're not trying to script fights. Yeah, especially having talked to Red Slash about how the RNG works at SGDQ, I definitely understand kind of a lot more about how having truly no RNG manip is not really even possible, because since there's only 16 possible states that the battle system can be in when you start a fight, I mean, if you use the same route every run, the RNG is eventually going to be kind of funneled into the same point. But again, since I do runs for myself, if somebody else wanted to do this category with manipulation, I wouldn't really care personally. I mean, power to them if that's how they want to run the game. Yeah, you know what, Evil Ash, that is something I've been really kind of curious about too, is if it would be like feasible to do a ROM hack where like the RNG seed changes every frame or something like that, or changes frequently enough that it's effectively random instead of being like static outside of actions that manipulate it in known ways. I think it's RARA for the Japanese version. It's programmed in kind of an odd manner, though, because what I did there actually was just hold down L, R, and A at the same time. Oh, hey, I'm actually ahead of my PB, because my PB entered the Omen at 5:02. Oh, also, I kind of forgot to put Megas back into the party. So, rip some time here. That's something I kind of forgot about, that Crono gets forced into your party after you get the green dream, if he's alive. So that wasn't that bad, actually. I couldn't actually even remember how much HP those... Oh, they only have 400 HP, actually. I did have that written down. So yeah, the Lightning 2 still one-shot them. Welcome back, Kirby. And Zenamp's route for the Black Omen is pretty different from mine too, because he sticks with the Omega Flare party for most of it. And he uses a ton of tabs on the Omega Flare party too, so that they're all like super fast and And like Luca can one-shot pretty much anything in here with Flare. That's not a boss. Hey, Packy, evening, sir. That includes farming tabs off of the panels too, which is something I've kind of thought about a few times, but decided isn't really worth the time just because of how little there is left at this point. Alright, come on, gold earring. Nice. Yeah, the problem with I don't know, I kind of need to mess around a little though, because you can close that stolen text faster by pressing A, but it's a little weird if you're in the menu already to do the runaway trick. Yeah, it's to get Robo to 999 HP so that he gets the highest possible Crisis Arm multiplier. I mean, if we really wanted more speed tabs, we could. I mean, I think as long as Luca has the prism specs, I think she can one-shot panels. So it's just a matter of doing the steal and then queuing up a flare. But I mean, before this point though, Luca isn't fast enough to outspeed panels. Is the problem? Like she is after Giga Mutant in this route because of getting a bunch of speed tabs from chests along the way. I could probably PB off this run, but it's mostly going to come down to Lavos Core, I think. Because pretty sure I had a perfect time warp pattern from Lavos Core in the 543 run. So if I get bad time warps, then that's probably going to cost me enough time to lose what I gained from the reroute. Also, this room has a pretty cool new encounter skip method that I learned from Zenamp too for this next one up here. I used to have this kind of finicky pattern of avoiding skimming the wall, but nope. If you just walk through the trigger, you skip it. Also, he had a better way to skip that one too, with just doing kind of that diagonal movement. Yeah, that was a pretty good pitch, Kirby. I will not dispute that. And if we'd have gotten ahead of schedule, it could have easily gotten on the schedule too. Oops, almost forgot to run. Well, Abda Jr. already has a new emote, and I don't want to have the limit break sub emotes kind of focus too heavily on any specific game or genre. Ah, the snipe. And we already have RPG what from this game. Like we could probably use a Dragon Quest emote at this point too, given ooh nice RNG there. That's a big series that we don't have a Limit Break sub emote of yet. Well, yeah, the Dog Island is in fact the official tech demo game of RPG Limit Break for layouts. Although most of the really good Dragon Quest themed emotes are already out there, though. Like there's a lot, like there's at least 3 different Metal Slime emotes that I've seen. Because otherwise I would think that like the Metal Slime could be like RPG grinding or something. Yeah, that one. I know, I think High Spirits has one too, along with Cypher. Oh yeah, yeah, because the Red Dragon is definitely the fun police in Charlotte Castle. Dropped input there. Okay. Fairly concerned about him doing some AoE attack or other means of killing Megas. I'm still working on the route for for this next part of the Black Omen too, as far as either sticking with the Omega Flare party or doing this and going back to the Falcon Hit party. Cause like Zenamp's run sticks with the Falcon Hit party. I mean, the fights on the elevator and in the room after this are a little slower that way, but it also skips a lot of menuing that I just did. Under 5 hours, that I'm not sure about, but close to 5.5 I think is, I think can definitely happen with a lot of more improvements. Probably should have done Flare just for safety. I want to say that this should kill them when I Crono with the Prism specs. Okay, yeah, that was close, but it still killed them. That's the worst possible fight to get in the elevator too, just because goons take 2 attacks to kill. Yeah, I mean, the sky is definitely the limit, although I do think there will come a point as far as just kind of how low it can go in a full run. Just because, I mean, the nature of this category is going to kind of prevent a perfect run from ever happening. Oh yeah, get a sub 445 easy, despite losing an hour basically to various stuff. For some reason I always have a hard time remembering to do this before this menu. Notes were all messed up too, because I forgot to update that particular menu for different party order. Nice that I just noticed I still have the Sunstone too. How nice of Luca and Tabin to not actually destroy it. Nice, the Shuver. Yeah, Chaotic Zone is very chaotic sounding. Probably gonna lose some time on this because of having to fight goons in the elevator. I could have gone for the wonder shot kill, but decided not to. 'Cause I know I would have gotten a blunder shot if I went for it. Alright. This should be relatively safe, but if I can't get the flare off fast enough, then Luca can die, or I should say, I can die to this fight if enough of the panels get attacks off. Poor Essentia lost a run to this fight on PB pace last year. This is kind of deceptively dangerous. Oh, actually, that's part of why my menuing was messed up before Terra Mutant, because I actually had the wrong party order. Robo was supposed to be in the lead. Glad I caught that, because that would actually mess up my Zeal 2 strat. Which I actually got the inspiration for from watching Elmegas play Chrono Trigger Randomizer once. Oh, she recognized. Well, actually, she knows he's the prophet. That's pretty obvious from the text after Man the Machine. What level do it depends on the character, but like I think my lowest leveled character is level 37. Oh, thanks for the host, Canis. Send a message. Another thing I kind of, well, actually, I take back what I said a while ago about how there's no real version differences other than text between English and Japanese. In the Japanese version, the Mammon Machine has a different death animation. It's kind of like the Guardian's death animation from the Aristome. I wonder if it's like bugged in the English version or something, so that it just kind of abruptly disappears like that. So if I can get 3 double bombs off before Hexagon missed, I can skip that. Feels a little questionable given that I lost a little time before getting the first one off, but we'll see. Okay, I got the skip. At least I think I got it. If she already has it queued up, she might still do it. Okay, I think I should be safe. Because when she's below half health, she does that, followed by MP Buster, and that overrides Hexagon Mist. Hey, Bill the Conqueror. Alright, so I should be getting a relatively clean Zeal 2 fight. This should be game. Alright, give yourself a good night, Kirby. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, so even though I'm a minute and a half ahead, I mean, it's not going to be... It's not over until Lavos Core is dead. Because Lavos Core has a lot of randomness in this category, depending on what time warp pattern it gives me. But if I have a good Lavos Core, this could be a high 541. Which would definitely be an encouraging time for a... second run with this route, basically. With a 2.5 minute execution related time loss on Son of Sun too, I might add. I mean, there was some bad luck, but the meat of that time loss was all my fault. I'm planning to get back to FF6 later this year, although not like super soon. Hey Vexer, thank you, sir. I want to work on this run some more for the immediate future, along with doing Crystallis for the 12-hour challenge, and do some Donkey Kong Country 2 as well, and then I can try to finally hit my final goal time for that run. Plus, there's some rerouting I want to do with FF6 before actually getting back to doing runs of that. Mostly, it's very, very dry and boring stuff involving encounter manipulation, which is I haven't really gotten the motivation to start working on yet. But it has to be done if I want to really keep driving down my time at that. So the only meaningful randomness in the Lavos shell segment is the Magus phase, depending on which element he gives me. It's not a huge difference too, but like if he gives me Shadow, it's extremely fast, and if it's Ice or something, it's slower. Well, hey. Looky what we have here. Because guess what element Omega Flare is? RPG what? Redo? Or Redux? I'm not really sure, been sure to pronounce that word. Luca, please. That was the weakest possible wonder shot, also known as a blunder shot. It's always satisfying to just absolutely obliterate this fight after doing any percent runs where every turn is a struggle. Survive. Alright, so if Lavos Core cooperates, I could be looking at a 541. If he doesn't cooperate, I'm probably not going to PB at all. Should have done that earlier, actually. That might have actually saved like a few hits on various Lavos short phases, probably not with just 2 tabs. Alright, enjoy the music. I always do, for sure. No, this is imperfect cell Lavos. Yeah. In any percent, you don't have Megas, and you also wouldn't be strong enough to fight him through damage output, so you'd be using the Elixir Overflow glitch instead. Flows off in time. Alright, moment of truth is pretty much coming up at the start of Lavos Core. What exactly it does as far as time warps or doing trolley stuff like Crying Heaven. Well, yeah, it's also time to bid farewell to the bit rate that has served me well the past 5.5 hours. Yes! Alright. Should be able to PB now, so I don't botch it. Yeah, I've noticed that too. I really want him dead before before he does Dreamless, which is probably the nastiest attack in the whole game, just because it's the strongest magic attack. Okay, I was glad he'd be re-upping his defense by that point. Just gonna barely miss the 41. All right, low 542. All right, nice. Nice. Thanks to GG's, everybody. A few more seconds and we can return your bitrate to your, or return your stream to your regularly scheduled viewable bitrate. Oh yeah, this is definitely going sub 540. The question now is just how much. Once the credits are rolling, I'll look back at the splits too. I mean, the by far the biggest, kind of I guess the worst segments in this run were Slash and Son of Sun. Slash was mostly bad luck, but Son of Sun was mostly bad execution. Kind of curious why I lost a bunch of time to Lavos Core, though. I wonder if I did it on Battle Speed 2 at my PB. Because that felt like a pretty good fight. Oh, thanks, Becky. Yeah. Oh yeah, but yeah, with a better Son of Sun, this run actually I think could have potentially been a 5:39 actually, just because I lost 2.5 minutes to Son of Sun. Of course, that did get followed up with some pretty good luck, with Mother Brain giving me a 9 for Robo's HP, which let me rack Flee and Slash, and then Retinite. Nice, FM Arthur. Alright, so, let's see. The start was pretty good. I'm still not really... I've only done 2 runs with the Cathedral grind, and so I got a 3140 Dragon Tank despite what? Oh yeah, despite just some slop in the Yakra segment, and then getting the not guilty verdict. I actually had a pretty solid acid alkaline fight. The new Hecran strat worked really well. That time loss on Zombor is solely because of fighting Gato in that segment. Mazza Immune was pretty good. I think I got an extra fight in the Nizbel segment. My Flee and Slash fights were pretty bad. Need to practice, well, not really practice, but test Flee some more with the 2-character strat and see if it's actually faster. I mean, although it's kind of irrelevant in the end, just because the fastest possible Flee fight is going to be a Laughing Fleece to unlock. But having backups if I don't get that would be nice. I had kind of a blah Magus fight because he gave me a lot of ice, and I didn't get 2-cycle. I don't think I did, at least. Okay, the new Tyrano strat worked pretty well, although it can definitely be a bit faster. Because I kind of derped around a bit with going into Crono's menu before Luca's ATB was full, just because of being used to emulator input lag. Mount Woe was good. I actually had a very cooperative Mudump. And the Rubbles were decently fast, too. Ocean Palace was pretty solid. Not really sure why I lost time. I think, oh yeah, losing time to Dalton Plus was because of, just bad menuing. Son of Sun is the absolute worst segment in the run. I had, like, I think I had like a 4, it was either a 3 or a 4 cycle Son of Sun, and then I had to use a lot of healing items and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I had a free minute to save there because of fighting Gato earlier in the run, and instead I lost a minute, so it was probably close to a 2.5 minute loss. Oh, Death Peak, I almost died to the third Lavos spawn. I just kind of lucked out and survived. Mother Brain was okay, nothing really special. These parts I don't have times for because of route changing, but yeah, after this I definitely need to update my splits to like put Retnite after Yakra basically. But yeah, Mother Brain giving Robo a 9 though made me save a bunch of time on, like I said earlier, on Ozzy's Fort and Retnite. So those are pretty solid times. The Black Omen, let's see, I got 2 elevator battles, I think, although one of them was Goons, which is the slowest possible encounter. Oh, and I think I got good Eyes luck, too. Menuing was a little sloppy before Terra Mutant, but can't really complain about anything else. And yeah, and I'm not really sure why I lost time on Lavos Core segment, but my only real idea is if I actually did that on Battle Speed 2 in my PB, which would have saved a bit of time. But yeah. Really looking forward to taking this even lower in the coming weeks/months as we continue improving the route, and I put more practice time into various stuff. Oh yeah, the entity was Alphador all along. Never mind the whole retconning that Chrono Cross does with this. It's really Alphador. Yeah, I think it's not really too clear whether my run or Zenamp's is actually faster, but I don't think it really matters in the end. I mean, it's not like this is a super competitive category, and I mean, besides the tech speed, there's also, I think the tech speed I think can drive some of Zenamp's routing differences too, because there's some things that he can just do faster that I wouldn't want to do at all because of more text. Like picking up more tabs, I'd say, possibly. Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly kind of glad, especially at this point, that this run didn't get into RPG Limit Break this year, because I'm happy that whenever it finally does get into a charity marathon, that it's going to have a much better route behind it. that more people have put work into.